And we are live. Watcher! Holy cow! I haven't seen hide nor hair of you for a while, man. Listening and packing. Right on, right on. Hey, Kathy. How's it going? Listing? Me too! I am doing a hell of a lot better than I deserve, but not as good as I would like to be. Hi, Tracy. Junk Girl, what is up? Junk Girl must be Patty. I just made an out loud mental note of that. That's all that was. Yeah, quiet this jet engine down a little bit. Funeral was today. What in the hell? Yeah, we got snow, Watcher. It's nothing overwhelming. I think there's probably 3 or 4 inches total, if that. Whoa. You know, you can only push stuff in your desk so far, and then stuff starts falling out the other side. Well, you know what? I was wishing someone would go live, and I was like, well, you know what? I haven't been live for like 10 minutes or so here I am. I know Christmas is like 2, 3, 4 sleeps. That's nonsense. Like a mashed potato sandwich. That one over there. You know, I don't know why I want 3 monitors. I can hardly shuffle 2 of them. I'm loving my new equipment. I'm just testing a different setup here. Pardon me. No, that's not going to work. You ever have those days where you just need another half an inch? There we go. Try that. And it's even shiny. I kind of agree with you there, Kathy. This year it just seems weird. I don't know how else to. I don't know how else I would describe it to anybody. It just feels different this year. I'm not sure if that's a good or bad thing yet. Yeah, I got a new mic. I got a new. Woo! And I almost spilled my tea doing that. And I got a new fancy pair of noise canceling studio reference monitor headphones. And they weren't as expensive as they sound. Yeah, some fancy Samsons. Well, guys, there you go. That's what they are. I don't have them on my head right now because I don't have anybody to listen to. But I suppose that's my fault. Samson. Yeah, yeah, you know, Kathy, that was one of the first things that I, I thought of that too. Right when I ordered them and purchased them, I was like, I need Samson. Or how does that laugh go? Or something like that. That was a pretty good movie. It was like one of the best stupid movies I've ever seen. A shaved head and a maple leaf flag behind you. Well, those were the days, weren't they? That's scary. But I had to, let my winter fur grow out. You can't put a dog on the porch when he doesn't have his winter coat on. Yeah, but come April, look out. Well, the toilet better look out. 'Cause that's where all the fur's going. Of course, I could probably collect it and make a rug out of it. More teddy bear than prisony. Now the mic is actually facing... Hi, Georgina. How are you? The mic is actually facing the keyboard, so if my pecking is getting a little loud, just please let me know. And I'll do something different. Because it's kind of facing down, so the bottom of the mic there is pointed right at the keyboard pretty well. Georgina Jen. Well, I was just printing. I made myself a little document holder. It's kind of messy because I was speeding it up. Kept speeding it up, see how fast it would print. It's actually a recipe holder, but it holds the paper. Except when I get down to stupid things like 2 inches high, though. That train's just passing by, Watcher. You should have heard it. I've actually got the gain on this thing up 40 or 50%, so you actually should have heard it. Somewhere warm and tropical with a hot manservant. Well, I was running a bit of a fever today. Does that count? It's hot, technically. You know, hmm. But what am I listing tonight? A little bit of everything. Some video games, encyclopedic dictionary set from 1964, an Alfie robot, a fancy pants remote control, some fish pliers, a DVD recorder, some Bluetooth headphones, some poker chips. Just like the store motto says, everything from typewriters to truck parts. Except there's no typewriters and no truck parts this time. I don't even know how this thing sounds on this new setup, so just have to wait and see. I should hope I sound clear. I meant the printer. I'm not sure how the printer sounds on this setup. Uh-oh. Oh, jeez, I did this all wrong. Now my computer's gonna blow up. There we go. Three. Whoa. And that one, and that one, and that one. Slice. Wait a minute. How is that even gonna work? "26 minutes." So slow it down to half speed. Bring 3D's voice down low and sexy for you ladies. See here, I wasn't even paying attention to the chat because I had a whole bunch of other stuff. Okay. My orb roommates, they're playing. You know, they're doing their thing. I'm doing my thing. Looking fancy. Just wait till the backdrop comes. But I have actually a great big white sheet that I got for $1 that I was going to put up against the wall, but it's this part that's still going to mess with things. So I don't know. And see, then you're looking at the door. So I'm not sure. Hey, Marie. Kathy, I see them every night. Not by, hey Justin. Not by, can't see them with the naked eye, but they show up on camera every night. Past few nights, there has been more than one. And I have not sourced any more for a while. It just kind of looks like they're playing with each other. Is really all it looks like. Just kind of chasing each other around and few good bong hits. Well, bring it over. Oh, it doesn't have a downspout anymore. Forgot about that. I got that guy. Doesn't have a downspout anymore, but I've had this thing since 2001, I believe. I was told when I went bong shopping, I was told to grab the one that catches your eye, the first one that catches your eye when you go into the store. And as far as bright and loud, there's one that, oh my god, it was like $300. And it would have been an absolute pain in the ass to clean. So I didn't get that one, but as far as the design, what the hell was that? Anyway, as far as the design, I liked that one. I like bats. That's one of my favorite creatures. I love bats. I actually got one on my arm. But yeah, like you were saying there, Kathy, it appears like that's what it feels like to me, is that they're children. Um, because it looks like they're playing with the camera. Um, and then the next clip that I see them, there like there's three or four just kind of doing that. And then there's another clip that looks like they're playing follow the leader, or they're chasing each other. So I'm not in an absolute hurry to get rid of them. Hey Rick. Rick, I do have a volcano and I sure as hell didn't pay $400 for it. It's a digital one. I bought a digital one about 3 years ago, and it was just over 900 with all the trimmings. Like I got a starter kit with it. So like, what's that, about 700 US? $930 Canadian to US.
Here is information from currency exchange rates.
Oh, shut up. That didn't even work. Yeah, about 700 US. There it is right there. A little dirty, but... Hey, Steve. Pancakes. We must all have pancakes forthwith. I don't know. That just came to me. Wolverine. I could. We don't have plastic pancakes. We have imported plastic fried eggs. George Carlin's got a good bit on our imported plastic fried eggs. You know what's really weird, Watcher? Is that camera has two-way communication. Like, I can communicate with it. I can talk to the camera. Like, the camera itself has a mic and speaker on it. And, like, I can look at it in the app. And I'm sitting here in the office. And the door is about 10 feet away from me, and then the camera is 90 degrees, probably 30 feet. But I'll say on the phone, on the app, what's your name? And I'll hear just like that. But the weird thing is, I'll hear that on the phone. I won't hear it coming down the hall. Yeah, Kathy, I'm more fascinated and curious. Which, if they are children, that matches their personality as well. They're laid back, they're playful, and they're curious. You leaving, Don? What the hell? It's good to see you again, Don. And a Merry Christmas to you. Yeah, Justin, new mic setup. I got a new, what you call them? I don't know what you call that thing, a USB interface. Because the mic is XLR, so it's got a box to convert that XLR signal to USB. There. Yeah, it's I think it's called a USB interface. It's the Behringer UMC 22. is what it is. So it's got the phantom power in it, the 48 volts. I gotta do maintenance on that thing. It is a NW 800 from Newer. There you go, Tracy. See, I could even do this now. And now, the sultry sounds of 3D. I think I have enough cord here where I can show this. There we go. That's what I'm using. I think so. That's what the pop filter does anyway. Pop, 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 pop. Pop goes the weasel. Yeah, I don't know. There was the I think it was called the UM2, which was just the single input. But the UMC22, which was the same thing but the dual output, I think it was only $3 more expensive, so So Marie just wants me to talk like this the rest of the night. Actually, if I talked low like that, um, might actually save my voice because it feels pretty smooth talking that way. Sounds like something you do while driving. It might work. Yeah, directly plugged into the computer. Um, I'll turn off the. I'll just turn off the phantom power here and see if it keeps working. Is it still working? Yeah. I kind of dig this too because I can plug my guitar into that as well, so. It came with the kit, so I hooked it up. Hmm. Yeah, but I like having all this equipment. It makes me feel more important and stuff. And as along with that, Steve, it's there's functions I can grow into. Um, should this go anywhere? I was looking at a Blue Yeti as well. Oh wow, that would have been a nice little hoard to pick up for $4. Uh, oh, what did my sock? Right there. I just figured that I can put the pop filter down and then have, like, all that flashy fanciness right there. Oh, Kathy, do tell. I'll just put the printer on pause. Right, Steve? I got alcohol wipes, so if I need to. And if that's not enough, I've got acetone in the other room. That'll disinfect stuff. Don't you love it when they say it looks like there's a problem with this listing? Sorry, something went wrong. Please wait a moment and try again. Exactly, acetone it would sure disinfect the stuff. Hey, John. It's the Neewer NW800. And if you excuse me for a second, my owner wants in. It is crazy foggy out there. Yeah, that's where he poops. In the neighbor's yard. I am using StreamYard. It's one of the shirts that came in my in that storage unit I picked up. I ended up keeping most of the clothes because the guy is my size, so. That's a good point, Watcher. I'm Canadian, but I don't know. My mother is American, and both my dad's parents, or well, my paternal grandfather is American, and my paternal grandmother is Canadian. So I might as well be American. And I've got family all over the states, half siblings. Every now and then I go, yeah. I got aunt and cousins and a brother in Seattle, and I got a brother down in California, and I got a brother who goes between New York and Miami. I pronounce it about. Hey, Chris. I am making just some sultry sounds to lull Tracy to sleep. That's about it. They're little cable hangers, but they kind of fit on the side with a lip to go on the desk, and it just holds like, I don't know if it'll hold this one because the description said lightning cable, but it just clips that in. So instead of that hanging on the sitting on the floor, it's hanging right on the edge of the desk. And I'm printing four of them. I did see a commercial. I think it was years ago. I think it was Molson Canadian. Um, it was a Canadian guy who transferred to an American office, and there's one guy going, "New duty boot it. Where's your toque, eh? Where's your Canadian tuxedo, eh?" And the guy just pulled his shirt up over his head, started giving him uppercuts, all NHL style. And my mother grew up in Michigan, but they drove across the border quite a bit when she was in high school to get Canadian beer because it was stronger. Yeah, that commercial was right after the My Name is Joe, the Joe Canadian commercials. It was right around that time. And then Joe Canadian, after he shot that commercial, he moved down to California to pursue a Hollywood career. Now that's the last I heard about him. Photograph some plush. Oh, right on, John. Yeah, I love car parts that either I only have um two reasons to buy it. Either it gets broken or it gets used frequently. So like if it gets broken, um like typically it'll be getting broken in parking lots and whatnot. So um headlights, tail lights, reflectors, door mirrors. Yeah, I'm still on satellite. I have to go through a cement shop to get to that other tower. So I'm actually using the I actually have the best internet that's available to me at the moment. Hi, Myra. I was thinking just a one of those peasant vision antennas. Lots of farmers are likely looking to get rid of theirs, so I just need to find a farmer that's got satellite. Hi, Lisa. Or a stick of dynamite to get rid of it. The cement shop, I mean. But it's one of the first businesses in town when the town was growing, so I don't really want to do that. They have two technologies. They have a Yagi antenna that runs on 900 megahertz, and they've got a reflector dish. It's American Eagle. Hey, Craig. Time to shave. Maybe in April. Nah, March. Come on. Ah, there we go. That's a little better. .3D is making little cable hangers for phone charging cables. Your best you, welcome. I've seen you in here before. That's the plan. Yeah, that's where I know you from. When you stay up late a lot, I don't know, people kind of... individuality kind of disappears, and you just see people. Like, there's people I've talked to before at like 3 in the morning, and then I'll see them like 3 days later, and I'm thinking it's a week, and I don't even know what channel I was on that I saw them. It's like a really, really big office party. Yeah, it all yeah, it all blurs together. Western Kentucky. Ding. Well, I like to be clear when I go to a party. I don't like to go to a party blurry right off the get-go. That is just terrible. That's just weird. That doesn't explain why sometimes I'm clear and sometimes I'm not. I don't get it. Because there are actually some features on UCAM that apparently I can't use because my graphics driver is out of date. But it isn't. It isn't out of date. It's up to date. Barometric pressure. That could be the fog. Because it's trying to snow outside, so... Last few times it's been getting foggy before it snows. Yeah, I have thought of that. Watcher. I believe UCAM is Windows only, yeah. I'm gonna try something. Hold my bear, I'm gonna try something. I just find it incredibly odd that one day it's clear and next day it's not. Okay. Windows is telling me I just have to 2009. Okay. What the hell just happened? Oh, to extend these displays, you monkey. There we go. Crimson Edition. Time Portal. I'm out, running out of Time Portal error is like the story of my life. So I don't want to sign up for nothing. Oh, I don't have to sign up for nothing. See, Windows Device Manager is telling me that my driver is up to date. This is my graphics driver. But it's also saying 2011? So I'm actually downloading a new software suite. So if it kicks me out, y'all will just have to bear with me for a few minutes because I'll likely have to reboot the computer. Because that's the only thing that I'm thinking is causing the issue is my graphics driver. Shouldn't. But the camera controller runs off the graphics drivers. So let's see. Like Uncle Mark says, it'll either fix it or fuck it, right? Sure not getting much listing done though. Kalistabanak. There we go. Those ain't gonna work. kinda works. Ah. So I know it's blurry as all hell. But that's what it is. So that's the edge that goes on the table. Kinda underneath as well. Focus! There we go. So then, I don't gotta bend down on the floor no more. Just like that. Do you eat rice flour or xanthan gum? What's that got to do with it? You're gonna tell me the gluten metabolism is making waves in the space-time continuum and that's what's messing with my video signal uploading to YouTube? Because if that is, that's pretty messed up. But to answer your question, no. I don't eat any grain. The flour that I cook with is cassava flour. Or potato flour. So now I'm going to download this. Because this is released in 2015. So I'll be adding 4 years to my driver information. So if it boots me out, StreamYard will still keep the live open. I would hope. I think it does. I've been booted out before and then got right back in. So just hang out, folks. If the live ends, I'll just make a new one. So count to 10 really, really slow. But don't start now. Like, start when everything gets all messed up. I think I'm going to like these little clips. Those are so cool. Merry Christmas, Myra. I told Santa I wanted a new computer and he just laughed at me. And then he went, get off my lap, dude. So I don't know what his problem was. White flour. Holy cow. You know, Watcher, you need to check out tshirthell.com. They actually have a white flour shirt right along those lines. I guess kind of twist of the Clueless Klutz clan, I call them. I think it has something to do with the Pillsbury Doughboy. I think he's wearing a hood, a white hood, and he's, doing the old Jenkins salute. And it says white flower. A lot of the shirts on there are pretty raunchy, but I frequently buy from them. tshirthell.com, and it'll even make you giggle that the site's owned by a black dude. I don't know. I got one hell of a kick out of that when I found that out. I got flickering going on. Crazy flickerings. My windows are all messed up. Why are my windows all messed up? I don't like having messed up windows. Yeah, I paused there for a second because I was like, geez. My monitors were flashing off. I haven't got any listing done. Well, that's not true. I have 3, and I was working on a 4th. It's the ghosts. Well, they're not supposed to mess with. No, not supposed to mess with my shit. I told them. I said, don't eat my food, don't pick on the cat, and don't mess with my stuff. Is that too much to ask? I suppose for a ghost of a kid, that probably is too much to ask. I mean, try telling a kid that. He'll probably do all of that stuff in the same order I said not to. Thank you for installing. Okay. Exit install manager. Yes. So now what? I didn't do nothing for my blurriness. Sending out an SOS. See, it almost looks like it's trying to get better. Like it's trying to get clear and then bleh. And then it tries and then bleh. Interesting. Hmm. No, it's not blurry. Huh. So maybe... Yeah, I had to... That was telling me I don't have enough resources. You kidding me? Lower your resolution or frames per second. It's the Logi capture is telling me this. Preset streaming. More RAM. I only got 12 gigs. Okay, that didn't work. Go back to custom. Save settings. No, it was back. How about that? So I'm gonna resolution. So 30. How about 24? Hmm. Yeah, I see that. I've got my YouTube up. I'm gonna try something else. Bear with me here. Heck! My monitor is freaking out. Why is it freaking out so? Banana bread. boy. So I can't get any more oomph out of my graphics driver anyway. Because my monitors were freaking right out. 720. Let's go down to 480 on both of them. Good night, Steve. Thanks for putting up with my outdated hardware. So I'll try this other one again. It's gonna blink my camera out. Camera not available. Well, sure it is. No. Well, yeah, I put this computer together in like 2008, 2009. I mean, it was a bitchin' machine. Like, it was a monster when it was brand new. But $4,700 will do that, I guess. But yeah, Steve, it was good to see you again. You know, try something. Ouch. So it lights up the foreground. Not really, huh? Still, looks like it's trying. See, that setting I had before that made it clear on YouTube was making my monitors flicker like crazy. Ooh. Blue, blue. Oh, that's kind of... There we go. Sort of clear. Can't really count my teeth with a image quality like that, but... Not that I'd want you to in the first place. What on earth is chroma key? Oh boy. Hey, there's some clearness. So it can be clear. Maybe the ghosts are sleeping. Huh. They got tired of chasing each other around my damn modem and messing up my internets. What the hell? That filament just snapped off. Talk about some freaky shit. That thing. It's not supposed to be like that. It was sitting where it was sitting and it was all happy doing so. That's the first time I've seen that happen. But I have no idea on the age of that filament either. It is 1:20 a.m. which between 1 and 3 is considered the witching hour. Depending on who you ask, really. Hmm. Maybe we'll get rid of that thing. Yeah, depending on who you ask, it's between 1 and 3 a.m. because it is theoretically the exact opposite of the time that Jesus was crucified. That's when negative entities are the strongest. Those wee hours. Hey, Jennifer. The ghosts are messing with my internet, Jennifer. Nighttime lasts for 16 hours. Well, it's, yeah, 4:30. Yeah, between 4 and 4:30 it gets really dark and it doesn't get light till about 8. So yeah, about 16 hours. But the ghosts in my living room seem to be more active between 8 and 10 p.m. Um, so I don't know what to make of that. Hmm. But anywho, yeah, 1:30 a.m. and I've got 3 done. 3 listings done. I gotta get motor in here. My boss is gonna kill me. Oops. I'm only on my 4th listing and I'm out of tea. Handling time is three goes: past, present, and future. Yeah, that's one thing about resellers' normal hours. As a, like it's not unheard of to sleep to like be up late listing till 2, 3 a.m., 4 a.m. Um, and then I'll sleep till 10. But people are getting mad at me because they come by my house at 8 a.m. and nobody's answering the door. I was like, well, I was sleeping. I like Jody Matoma's schedule. When I'm hungry, I sleep. Or when I'm hungry, I eat. When I'm tired, I sleep. When I'm not tired, I don't. When I'm hungry, I sleep. Where the hell did that come from? You messing with my internet? Now you're messing with my head? Huh. Now just watch, my lights will flicker on and off. What are you talking about, Kathy? Trying to be funny. Interesting. Huh. What the hell? If it's male enhancement, why is this guy showing me his belly button? And yes, I looked it up. And that's as far as it went. I don't need enhancement shots. You have to have someone to use them on. Just parade around the house. What, impressing myself? Scaring the ghosts away? Just marching from one end of the house to the other. Look at me! Look at me! Ha ha ha! Yeah, right. Yeah, I agree with you there, Kathy. Because there's even deer antler velvet supplements. Poor little deer. Horny goat. Isn't super horny goat weed. Woo. Whatever. Oh, the name is your favorite. 4 down. Hey, Snubby! I'm doing a hell of a lot better than I deserve, but not as good as I would like. How are you, man? And good morning. Cajun Roots Reseller. Good morning. Thanks for stopping by. 5 down. 5 to go. Another one bites the dust. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, 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 mm. Oof. Had to get a book to fill in these beautiful item specifics. Just go with it, Snobby. You have to get older, but you never have to grow up. My chair just sank 2 inches. The way I get around that, Kathy, is if it's listed, um, it's not hoarding. Because hoarders, what am I trying to say? Bear with me here. Um, if you want to keep it, you just list it for higher than everybody else. That way you won't feel so bad if it's sold. That's what I'm trying to get at. Because hoarders don't list anything for sale. They don't want to get rid of anything. Actually, someone in town tried to accuse me of hoarding because they see all this, like, carloads of stuff going into my house all summer. And I was like, no, it's all for sale. But, like, this little guy. Whoops. This little impact wrench, it's an air impact. It's got a breakaway torque of 450 foot-pounds. And it's actually it'll do more than that. Like it says working torque 102 to 310 foot-pounds. But I've actually put wheel fasteners for heavy trucks over torque with this little gun. And they go um, 450 to 500 foot-pounds. I've got it listed for 40 bucks higher than everyone else, which is actually still a really good price for something new. Um, but I love the thing so much that I really don't want to get rid of it. But I'm actually just testing the water with it, being priced the way it is. Because I'll come back in a year or so, like how many people watching, how many people looked at it. But I'm hoping it won't sell. Because if I can't get rid of it, I'm going to take it out of the package. Because I haven't, uh-oh, it's a good way to throw it out of calibration, eh? I just whacked my 3D printer with an air impact wrench. I don't think that was in the service manual. But anyway, like I put that fancy plastic on it. But it's all brand new. I bought that from, oh, there's a town not too far from here. Not too far. It was like a 2 hour, 2.5 hour drive. It was a community yard sale, community wide. Um, but 90% of the people in this town is they were Mennonites and Hutterites. So, like, geez, I bought a Jack Daniels gift set with the whiskey for $4. Um, but yeah, that was $10. That's very true, Watcher. Yeah, that's kind of how I'm looking at it. Yeah, I got a heat gun, but I picked up like quite a few people had laser toner. They were like brand new in the box for $1. Like everything in that town was $1. I sold one laser toner cartridge, and that paid for my fuel bill going up there and back. It was, I think it was a small town. Like, whenever you say small town, to me, I think about the town I live in. Like, no, there ain't no small town that has no 1,000 people. Um, Two Hills, population 1,300, 1,400, right in there. Yeah, yard sales was my bread and butter. As long as that person didn't spend any great amount of time on eBay. If they spent a lot of time on eBay, then their prices were way out to lunch. Yeah, I wish I lived in a decent area for dumpster dives. But really, everyone around here throws garbage in the bins. It's all garbage. And I might be able to salvage stuff, like we have a transfer station um, just outside town, about a quarter mile out of town, which is like the middleman, like the second step on the way to the landfill. And if the guy running it isn't watching over you, and you might be able to find something, but the issue is people just like they'll keep it if it's worth a little bit. Printed in Great Britain. Sheep herder. Hey Dave, good morning to you. What do you mean is that the encyclopedia you're listing? Do you watching me on a camera other than that one? Do the ghosts work for you? This is just one of them, but it's a 3-volume set. Give it something to focus on. That's why. Autofocus is off. The Reader's Digest Great Encyclopedic Dictionary. It's a 3-volume set. It was published in 1964. But it's a 2-volume dictionary, basically. And volume 3 is a encyclopedia. But it's actually really impressive. Yeah, I agree with you, Watcher. Reader's Digest is. They've done some really sweet things over the years. Now I'm going from a dictionary to a learning robot. Yeah, that's what I've noticed. Like, I'm a big fan of the Haynes Repair Manual. And through the 70s and 80s and early 90s, they were some of the thickest, most comprehensive repair manuals you could really buy, aside from the factory shop manual, the technician's manual. But nowadays it's, well, this system does this. For troubleshooting, repair, or replacement, see a qualified technician. That's all. That's all it says. Like the Haynes manual shows you how to change the oil and replace what, like a bumper, and the rest of it is see a qualified technician for replacement or repair or troubleshooting. And I love the Haynes manual. That has saved my ass more often than I'd like to admit. So I get a Haynes for darn near every vehicle I get. Um, really, because I don't trust garages. If it's really labor intensive, I'll get a garage to do it. Because I'm just a guy in a single garage with a floor jack. Um, but if it's something that might need a hoist, I'll let I'll let someone else do it. Or if it's a lot of parts to take off just to plumb get to it, I'll let someone else fiddle with it. But there's a saying that it's an 80-20 rule with auto repair. And that's 80% of the good work is done by 20% of the people. But I'm not going to take my car to Jiffy Lube to change the oil because they over tighten the drain plug and the filters every time. You, you shouldn't, there shouldn't be a need in this planet on a small personal vehicle for a filter wrench. You should be able to just tighten it up by hand and then take it off by hand when you change the oil. I agree with you there, Kathy. Yeah, probably. Or do that so they can say, well, you need a new oil pan with a new gasket, with a new oil filter pickup head. Ain't that something when you go to change your tire and you're standing on the tire iron and it's not budging? And don't get me started on out of province vehicle inspections. Jeez. Or any vehicle inspections for that matter. We actually have a company in Canada that just fired up here, I want to say 7 years ago. It's called Inspect-A-Car, and they're not a mechanic shop at all. Their whole business model is vehicle inspections, and they don't even recommend where you can go to get it fixed. They just say go ahead and fix it and bring it back for another inspection. So that's a really good one, because that, like, you run into, like, the last vehicle inspection I had done was for a four-wheel drive pickup, and they said the front drive shaft was wobbly, so they have to change the U-joints in it. Well, they changed the U-joints in it, and next oil change, I was underneath the truck, and it was still wobbly, but it was wobbly on the slip joint, on the slip shaft. And it took them an hour and a half to do it, and I could have changed both U-joints in like 40 minutes. They're just they're just little ones. It was a light duty half ton. I'm listing limited edition video games right now. Yeah, thankfully we don't have to do emission inspections in Alberta. Just when you go to buy a vehicle, if it's more than 12 years old, it needs a mechanical inspection. But that's it. But they get you with warranty repairs. Like if you bring your Dodge pickup in for warranty work on the rear diff, they measure the tread height on the rear tires, and if there's more than an eighth of an inch of difference between the two rear tires, they will not warranty the rear diff work, because they say that cooks the differential. I call bullshit, because what's the whole point of the differential to do the work in the first place? Maybe if you're doing some heavy towing, that would make a difference. Or if you've got the axle locked in full time. Well, one thing that scares me in Alberta is vehicles that are registered to a farm do not need to be mechanically inspected. And that goes for big trucks as well, like semis. They don't need um, safety inspections. Well, semis, like commercial vehicles, they do need to be inspected yearly. Um, but if it's registered to the farm, it does not need to be inspected yearly. And like I don't know how many times I'm in behind a grain truck, and I can see the two air cans on the rear axle go like that, like twist when he pushes on the brake. I get out from behind that guy because I don't want to be behind that truck when that air can lets go. Road tax. New Jersey has toll booths. That's where they get their infrastructure money. God, is it Jersey? Um, Kathy, is it Pennsylvania that has all the toll booths? Like just a stupid amount of toll booths? It's either Pennsylvania on the turnpike. Yeah. Yeah, it was Pennsylvania. I was told if you match the concentration of toll booths in Pennsylvania between San Francisco and Atlanta, Georgia, it would cost a truck driver $3,000 one way to haul that load. And that's crazy. It's by axle. Myra, yeah, we do have way stations in Canada. But there's none in my immediate area that are manned full time. Like you have lights that the DOT officer lights up. And our DOT officers in Canada, like I believe the states have their own certification, um, their own title, their own badge number, their own detachment. But in Canada, it's just a specially trained police officer that does all the inspections. I'm just taking off some trimmings here on this document holder that I ended up not even using. I'll stop making weird noises in the mic. Yeah, they were talking about putting up tolls in toll roads in Alberta, but I think that got kiboshed pretty darn quick. Because I believe it's just because sold that section of highway to a private company, and then that private company has decided to put up tolls to help pay for it because the government doesn't allocate them enough funds through infrastructure taxation. See, that's crazy, Kathy. Like, you'd think there'd be um, some motivation to travel. But most of the motivation is to stay home because it costs too much. Yeah, those were the days, eh? An ashtray full of change. There was a guy, a truck driver in New Jersey, that had a hinged license plate on his trailer and a string running along the frame of the trailer and into the cab of the truck. So he'd pass by the toll booth and he'd just pull the string and that'd flip up the license plate to a fake plate. And an officer that was sitting beside the toll booth noticed this fake license plate didn't um didn't didn't fall all the way down, like it was sticking out a little bit. That's how the guy got caught. Probably just uh road grime getting in there. But yeah, it was, he did that for a few years. Yeah, I'm dead against tolls myself, toll roads. Um, and another thing I am against is the government running things because of the fact that they always seem to make a mess of it. But there's something to be said in Canada for the government taking care of its own roads because there's no tolls. At least I haven't come across any, but I've only trucked in Alberta and Saskatchewan, so I can't really sit there with a furrowed brow and talk about these 15 million miles of safe driving under my belt or anything like that. Whoops. Huh. It broke. Just like that guy on, oh God, Aladdin. Does not break. It broke. I went and broke my document holder. But there had to have been something wrong with that layer. Because I was just trimming it and it snapped. And I noticed a line on the other piece. There's two pieces there that hold the document. But you can see it's perfectly level. I'm wondering though, is it an issue with the filament? Which would explain why that part just up and snapped. Just from sitting there. Just because it was an awkward in an awkward spot, as if that's an excuse. Or maybe it skipped a layer. Oh well. I'm not too worried about it, to be honest with you, because I've got the machine to make a new one. I could probably remelt it. I could probably glue it. Because I made another rocket just to test print quality, because I changed a few settings. And try to let that show up on YouTube, because it's probably still blurry. But right there is a break. Because it's like that, the fins are hollow. On this one, the fins are solid. So I was monkeying with it, and it snapped. So I just brushed some super glue onto it. And some of the super glue is actually crunching. You guys probably just heard that. But I don't know, that was an entirely it wasn't a brand new roll. It was one of the rolls, one of the spools of filament that came with the printer. I might just garbage it, because it might be crappy filament. One of those situations, if you call the grapes sour right away. One advantage is you never eat any sour grapes. But I probably could repair it with a 3D printing pen. I'm kind of against the 3D printing pens for creation, but to repair something, they might have their advantages. And I can get one from China for all of 15-20 bucks. What the hell? Huh. Yeah, let's just 3D print a frickin' ring right on my finger. I just said frickin'. That's one of my pet peeves, a grown man saying frick. I can't stand it. But there's one picture, yeah, like to explain the situation. There's one picture there. It shows the person extruding filament right onto their finger. That doesn't make any sense. And there's another picture of a different pen. No. They're making a model of the Eiffel Tower. Man, you'd have to have some steady hands for that business. See, fracking is okay. Fracking drives the economy. And destroys your water if it's done on your water table. But I meant like fricking and frigging. I just something about a grown adult saying that. It's just like those people that wear sunglasses indoors. That's cool, Kathy. Yeah, Myra, the RCMP, Royal Canadian Mounted Police, they're across Canada. Um, Ontario does have the OPP, the Ontario Provincial Police. Um, Never dealt with them personally, but I heard from other truck drivers that they're hard asses. And there we do have sheriffs in Alberta. They mostly do inmate transfer. Um, so to and from prisons and court, they handle that stuff. There, there are rumors coming down the pipe that they're going to make the Alberta sheriffs um, the provincial police force. But yeah, kids growing up with a parent in the RCMP, they've got just about as hard of a life as military children because they're always being moved. They're always transferring officers here and there. Yeah, military brats, army brats. Uh oh. Don't mind me. I just had an avalanche here. I can't really blame the ghost this time. See, we call them Mounties in Canada, but they're like the ones that ride a horse. Um, they're basically like I think they're called the mounted unit, but they're like they all have cars. But musical ride, that's what it's called. RCMP musical ride. Yeah. They don't use they don't ride horses in operations. But like check out RCMP musical ride and it's pretty cool. They do special events like Canada Day, um, Canada Day events and stuff like that at rodeos. Like Kathy, you mentioned vintage electronics, and that reminded me of an 8-track player I had sitting behind me for almost all summer, and I've never comped it until now, and I'm actually quite disappointed. I've actually never tested it. I haven't tested the thing yet. You can look it up yourself. Anyone's interested. The Realistic TR884. Is that stupid autofocus off again? It is. Shenanigans. But I'll be listing that tomorrow. It's in beautiful shape. But comps on it are pretty good. I actually didn't even have a, for the longest time, I didn't even have an 8-track tape to test it. But I did have. I bet you if I pull this out, everything will fall. So yeah, I bought that for $4, and I for $5. She had it priced for 20, but she actually came up and asked me. She's like, "Do you know anything about video games?" Like, she was an older lady who did basically a consignment for everybody in the neighborhood. Like, I'd bring it to her, and she would just hold a garage sale every weekend. Um, I was like, yeah, I know a little bit. And she wanted to know if some original Xbox consoles were priced too high. So I just looked them up on eBay for her and actually taught her how to do that herself. And like look up the sold. So it's like, you never want to judge what people are asking. You want to judge by what people are paying. Because you can list whatever you want. Like I can list this pen lid for $1,000. That doesn't mean pen lids are worth $1,000. And she goes, "Oh, thank you." And she was like, "Did you want to buy that?" And she like pointed to that because I was carrying it around with me. And she's like, "You know what? Just give me $5 for it. It's yours." So that was pretty cool. Saved $15 for that half an hour of work I did with her. I actually listened to a lot of 8-track tapes when I was younger. I had an 8-track player in my car. Like it was an 85 Grand Marquis, but just underneath, between the dash and the center hump, I had installed an 8-track player. Like it was designed to be in a car. And then I actually found a bunch of 8-track tapes sealed of Gene Tracy. He's probably one of the raunchiest comedians I've ever heard. Like he's nasty. he typically does trucker comedy. I think the last 8-track tape I listened to was John Denver. So I got 8 listings done anyway. The other 2 are video games. I want to test them out before I get really excited with them. Because the one has quite a few scratches on it, so. With $365 in 4 hours, listed in 4 hours. I don't think that's that bad. I haven't listed for a good week anyway, so. Been lazy, helping the family get rid of, load out the cattle. Because they decided to quit. Parents decided to quit the cattle business. Which it's a good thing and bad thing too. Good because we are winter calvers, meaning we would pretty well right about now start calving. So that's getting all waking up at 11 p.m. like every couple hours. So 1 a.m., 3 a.m. Get your coat and boots on, grab a flashlight, walk around the corral. Which isn't really so bad now, because it's only -6 Celsius out there. But when it gets to like -20, -30, -40, windy, you start thinking about taking some accounting courses or something. The part I don't miss, and I probably never will, is when you come across a calf that's, half frozen. So you have to pick this calf up, and it's, half frozen, still wet, and then you gotta run it to the house because there's a wood stove in the in the house there where my parents used to live. They actually just moved out of there because of black mold. They'd run it into the house, stoke up the fire, get some warm milk. But when you don't have help, you have to pick up that calf, and right away you've got a very angry mother right behind you. That's something you get tired of pretty quick, is being tossed around by an angry cow. It's at least 4 every winter, Myra. And sometimes they make it, sometimes they don't. That's true, Watcher. It's on the 8th day. But yeah, that deal by Paul Harvey, that paints one hell of a picture. It's very true. I actually didn't hear it until, oh God, I was 30, 32, and I'm 37 now. And geez, it darn near put me to tears when I heard that. And that Dodge Ram commercial, they cut it pretty short. They shortened that up. Oh, for sure. And he wrote it in what, the 60s? Wanna hop up? Well, hop up there. It's your chair. I can move my stuff. I'll move it. What? You can't go outside. It's like, well, it's almost breakfast. But see, growing up on the farm, we never had any fancy machinery. Like we'd basically took over the farm from Granddad when he ran it, so we used all his tools, all his tractors. Like my favorite tractor to run was a Case 500 diesel with a hand clutch. And I'd take the bale wagon out and we'd cut a bunch of wood. Kathy, we're talking about Paul Harvey. Um, that story, So God Made a Farmer. If I Was the Devil is a good one, and Letter from God is also a very good one. But yeah, If I Was the Devil, I mean, he wrote that in 1965. And Jesus, there's no truer account for how the world is going now. But yeah, growing up, um, never has anybody started talking that caused so much work to stop. And like that's Paul Harvey is whenever he came on the radio, work stopped. I mean, I was just like, it was dinner time. And he spent what, 70 years on radio? He started when he was 14. And his son tried taking it over after he couldn't. But his son wasn't anywhere near the storyteller that Paul was. Morning, Lynn. Yeah, so God Made a Farmer it makes a really good eulogy speech as well. I've heard that in eulogies for uh, for other farmers. I haven't been to sleep yet either, Lynn. Too busy chasing that dollar. Oh, watch her, 100%. Hopefully I make $2, but you can't make people spend money. How is your daughter doing, Myra? She doing better? Right on. It's good to hear. Yeah, I hear you, Kathy. When I was in college, I worked security, so that was always 12-hour night shifts. And then I moved away from the city to get away from the city and get away from night shifts. And then I take a job doing shift work anyway. But at least it was rotating. It was every 2 weeks it would rotate. I use best offer when I'm pricing stuff high. Like if something's typically comping at $50, $60, the odd 70, I'll actually post it for 80 with a best offer. And that I kind of feel that kind of gives the buyer an illusion of getting a deal. I actually, Chris, I actually really enjoyed working security because our uniforms, if you didn't have your glasses on and you saw me walking down the road, you'd think I was a police officer. So I'd be in uniform, headed to the work site, and I'd walk onto the well, it's in Calgary. It's called the C train, but um, it's the light rail transit is what it is. But I'd step in um one door, and I'd see someone jump up, look at me, and then his eyes got about that big, and then oh fuck, and then he'd run out the other door, thinking I was there to check tickets or something. You wanna go outside? He just gives me a look like fuck yourself. You can't go outside. You're sleepy. That was a pretty big yawn. Wanna go outside? I'll go see what he wants. Show me. Hi, Pauline. Have you been here this whole time? So I do something similar, Kathy, but I typically run a sale every 24 hours. Like I'll run a sale and a promoted on top of that, start and end every 24 hours. So that way I would get, like it'll give, Cassini gives it a boost when it starts, and then it gives your item a boost as your sale is winding down. Which is kind of like it goes along the lines of what Tommy Bernard says. And then running the promoted on top of that, it just kind of gives it a double bump. So 7 days a week, you should in theory be getting 7, 14, 28 bumps with Cassini every week, every 7 days. And I mean, really, I was, before I started doing that, I was lucky, like, I'd probably get one sale per week, really. Like, sales were sad. And I usually get like, it right away that bumped it up to like one per day. But I mean, I've got so much stuff that I had purchased like under a bolo of a US reseller, which being Canadian and even more so being out in the middle of nowhere, I can't compete with the low shipping rates that you guys sell. So on one hand, my only hope is there's someone else in Canada that wants that item. But my sourcing has improved too. Like I've smartened up in that respect. Yeah, I had to rub my eyes too. I was like, why is Kathy saying hi to herself? Cassini, that's how it's spelled. Cassini is eBay's search algorithm. And there are YouTube videos around. Um, See, if you just Google Cassini, you get the space probe that they sent to Saturn. But that's not it. So you'd search for Cassini eBay. Um, and you'd probably do that same search in YouTube and get all kinds of videos like how Cassini works and stuff like that. And there is another video I came across, or it was actually put to my attention. Bear with me, y'all. And I didn't put it in my favorites. So why would I do that? Can't really think of the title. I can't really... Oh, God. I'll just look at my subscriptions, but I'm subscribed to 300 some odd people. Aha! The channel name is Reseller Project. And I'll link the video here. It's on writing the eBay title and basically what order to put the details in. I found it pretty informative. That's the link for that video. And she even has everything up so you can take a screenshot of it and then print it. So, for example, I've got it set up right there, right above my monitor. So whenever I'm writing the title, I'm sorry, I just cleared my throat right next to the mic. That was rude. Kathy, you clear your throat right next to the mic too? Like twinsies. Like twinsies we are. Video not available. Lies. That worked for me. Well, not yet. Yeah, it did. 7XFN0. But she basically says that she figured that out from someone higher up in eBay, or like some group that she belongs to, um, that has some eBay people part of it sometimes. I'm not sure the details on how she gets that information, um, but yeah, you like watch that video and there'll come a time where you can take a screenshot and then print that out. I'd like to go to eBay Open sometime. But they always seem to have it in like a really high price city. Like why can't they have it in like Red Deer? My printer in the other room is making a racket. It's not me, because the computer right now is not hooked up to the Wi-Fi. Now, if something comes through that gets printed, and it says something cheeky like, I'm watching you, or why'd you wear that shirt, or for God's sakes, man, comb your hair, I'm gonna take that printer out to the fire pit and burn it. Yeah, I kind of agree with you there, Watcher. Like, I like my titles to have like a little bit of a flow to them, like almost. Well, I wasn't gonna go so cheesy as to say a song, but your mind should, like, when you read it in your head, you should be able to paint the picture accurately as you're reading it. And I don't fill out all 12 pictures just for the sake of having 12 pictures. Like Scott Swift Seller was showing something. God, I forget what it was. It was a wooden puzzle is what it was for kids. But this thing must have been all of 3/8 of an inch thick, the packaging and everything. So you take a picture of the front, you take a picture of the back. But I looked that item up, and there were people with 10 pictures for two sides. And I just didn't get it. Like 6 of them were on the front, and 3 showed the back. Like it didn't make any sense to me. Well, Watcher, I don't think you've seen any of my footage. I wonder if they'll even play. Let's see. Okay. So I've got here 18 video clips. Are you watching on a PC or on your phone? Well, you're probably watching on your computer. What am I doing? I'm sharing the screen for crying out loud. So there's 18 clip. Whoops. And it opens up on the other monitor. See, a bunch of them are real quick. This thing isn't helping. There we go. Rewind. That's all it shows on the camera is light orbs. She went down and then shot up over there. What? That's it? Play. Oh, for crying out loud. Play. Saw that one. It's right there. And it only plays 2. That's kind of a bummer. I'll just go one by one, that's fine. See, that was enough to make the camera turn. And it's not dust. My house is not that dusty. See, the camera turned to look at it, look at the motion, because it's a motion tracking camera. A lot of it seems like they're just toying with the camera, making it move. And before you debunk it by saying it's a vehicle driving by, this is what it looks like when a vehicle drives by. It's quite obvious. Because I actually live on the outside, like basically the street turns into the avenue. Like I live on the corner of town, and I live on the outside of that turn. It's right there. Why the hell is this one in there? There's nothing happening. Just something weird. Like, nothing's happening in there. The cat's not in that room. But something triggered the motion sensor. Yeah, Watcher, it's my living room. Like that's a chair, and the couch is behind that. There's my TV, and well, that's a 120-inch projector screen rolled up right now, but like it's a pretty big room. And then I just kind of pushed eBay inventory into it. But it's a big, like I live in a trailer, and the trailer is 16 feet wide by 75 feet long, so it's a bigger trailer. Um, But this is basically one end of a third of the trailer. So I think it's 30 feet, 28, 30 feet long. So there was two of them in there. If you caught that, one here and one over here. Just kind of. Whoosh. Again, nothing. But the video file saved. But, but again, something triggered the motion sensor. Same thing. And I don't really save these. I don't save the ones. I'll get 20 or 30 alerts a night. But there's other things, like, looks like little static discharges. That's an old pop case. But just look on the right side of it, right in there. It kind of just looks like a static discharge. Comes up. Guess it comes up like that and then down. Oh, you guys saw that one already. Aha! Follow the leader. Did you guys catch that? A smaller one, followed by a larger one. That was on the side, right here. Almost looks like it shoots out of the router antennas. Not quite, but follows the same trajectory. They pulse. Oh, you mean like with intensity? Almost like they're shimmering? But I'll also watch her, like, I've got the two-way communication with the camera via their app, and I say through the app on my phone, like I'll be sitting in here and I'll say, "What is your name?" And I'll hear just a thump. But I'll hear that thump through the camera, like through my phone. I don't hear the thump coming down the hallway. But I do hear my my voice coming through the speaker on the camera. Yeah, I know there's something here, but it's what it is, I'm not sure yet. They're not nefarious. Um like I don't feel threatened by them. Um and my cat doesn't seem to be bothered by them. He just does his cat stuff. That's about all I can describe the little bugger as. But the fact that more and more since I got the camera, since I've been paying attention, there's more and more just feels like they're just playing with it. And here's more. I just downloaded these. I'll throw that up on full screen too. That one's pretty intense. There are a couple of spots where that one shines pretty bright. Yeah, and it got the camera's attention. And nothing shows up on audio. I guess you guys wouldn't hear it because the speakers are off. But. And that one's drifting towards the camera. What's freaky is basically the camera is facing away from my bedroom. Um, that's that whole Freddy Krueger scenario. The fear of him gives him the energy. But there are times, like I've got the sensitivity on it turned down now, but whenever I was on a live stream and I was talking about them, my phone was just going crazy. Like every 4 minutes it'd be bring, bring. But every now and then, after I shut my computer off, I'll come out of the office and I'll look into this room from outside the office door and I'll say I'm going to bed now. Take care of the place while I'm sleeping. But I'll crawl into bed and my iPad. This is the one in particular that I say the story about. My iPad goes off saying motion detected. So I'll watch the video and you'll see it on the top there. Basically zoom past the camera, in behind the camera. So they're following me to bed. Every now and then. But in this, like, they hang out in areas where there's high um, electrical energy. Right there, that black box there is a laser printer that's never turned off. It's just turned on, turned to standby. And I got the router. And just on the other side of this white um, cabinet deal is another one about half height. And on top of that one is my internet modem and my phone hub. Because my phone runs off the same service as my internet. So there's lots of power, lots of electrical energy in this little corner. And actually there's a theory that, because my video is really clear. So I had brought a Garfield doll and showed him on the live, and my video quality went for shit. So there's a theory that there's energy in the Garfield doll that was messing with it. So I had put that Garfield doll in view of the camera all night to see if there was any orbs going in and out of it. And there were none. See that one right there, it goes up and then down, but he's really close to the camera right there. See, Watchard, am I correct in saying that dust is not illuminated by infrared light? Because it is a night vision camera with infrared lights on it. So it can't be dust. And it's, to put it bluntly, it's minus fucking shit outside right now. So there's no insects. We have 0 flying insects alive. But like it's enough to make, and that's daytime. You can see outside. That's December 14th, 7:54 and 54 seconds. So that's almost 8 a.m. a week ago. So I don't see them very much when it's light out. Again, it drifts away from, it seems to drift off. Okay. Seems to come right off that router. But yeah, it's got a shimmy to it, which if it was dust or a bug, it wouldn't have that shimmy. Because on the hottest days, we do not have fireflies. And there's multiples. There's 3 or 4, 5 in this clip. Slow it right down, see if that helps at all. But there's multiples. It looks like they're just playing. Half speed. I count 3, possibly 4. But I'm assuming that some traces are coming off of others. Yeah, I get what you're saying there. Yeah, tell me that's a bunch of dust that maybe the furnace kicked in. But like I said, my house is not that dirty at all. Or, I mean, it's obviously kind of filthy because it's full. I'll put it I'll put it that way. But it's not dusty. It's not incredibly dusty. Oh, I was wondering why I wasn't getting any alerts. Because I don't have the Wi-Fi hooked up. I've got this computer hooked directly into my modem, bypassing the Wi-Fi. Because I just got to go through the phone hub and then through the router. So I just unplugged all that and then went right wired connection straight or straight out of the modem. So Yeah, I got you there. But yeah, I'm not threatened by it. I am curious and fascinated by it. And if it was a malevolent spirit, you know, I would feel threatened. I'd like to think I'm that empathetic that I would feel um, that threatening nature. And they sure as hell wouldn't be just playing with things. But the most I got out of them was a thump. Just a. I'm not sure how loud that turned up on video, but that's about it. Maybe like they're flicking the camera or tapping on the camera when I say, "What's your name?" But yeah, it interests me like crazy. Yeah, I'm not gonna bring a Ouija board in here and use it because of the extra work it takes to hold the negative spirits back with a Ouija board. Because that's like taking your size 12 boot and kicking both doors wide open and saying, "Come on in, Stanley." I mean, you can ask any non-benevolent entities to not come, just the same as they can resist the request. I've seen more nasty stuff with Ouija boards than the good stuff. I mean, if they've got the energy to show up on camera, they will eventually have the energy. Like, if they have the energy to show up as an orb on camera. So, they're not too far from having the energy to show up on camera as a manifested spirit. And Mike's here. How's it going, Mike? Is that God, I heard a joke one time where a guy thought he was having sex with a ghost because right afterwards he'd open his eyes and there's nobody there. Could wake it up to almost any hand job. I probably wouldn't stop it. At least not right away. I'm just saying. I'd probably look around to see who was doing it. But then I've lived on my own for a while now. So and I don't have any nightmares either. Well, not really. There was this one time where I had died and I actually went to hell. But I'm standing there, getting my final judgment from the devil, and he gives me a job for the rest of eternity. And my job for the rest of eternity was to walk underneath the earth and tickle people's feet as they walked by. It was a kind of dream where you wake up and go, what the fuck? You know what I mean? And you don't know whether to be scared or just downright confused. And I was more of the latter. Because I had no idea where a dream like that would have come from. Like, how do you even start to try to interpret something like that? Morning glory talk. Spiritual morning glory talk. That was the same tone that app uses to alert me. That actually freaked me the hell out, to be honest with you. It's like, how are you doing that with no internet? But that was something else. Right? Wouldn't that be something? Or be like those people that keep their straw in their drink, but they don't drink through the straw. Then you could just, when they tip the glass up to take a drink, you can just kind of lean in and blow into that straw. That'd be funny. I don't think I'd get tired of doing something like that. I bet a ghost fart would be pretty heavenly. Hide car keys, absolutely. I'd try and hide them in the freezer. Fuck was that? Oh, the other end snapped. So now I got filament stuck inside that tube. So yeah, that entire roll is garbage. Because it just up and broke. Why is it so brittle? It's not supposed to be brittle. That's a full roll too. 1 kilogram, so it's 2.2 pounds of the stuff. Worthless. I'm not even gonna mess with it. Not anymore. No, it didn't hit me on the head. It just, I'm not sure if you heard it, but it let out a little snap. And of course it's making me look like a liar because it's not snapping. Because I'm holding it up against the mic and I'm trying to make it snap. It's not snapping. Because Cliff's a big fat liar. Yeah, apparently I'm just a great big fat liar. So it's got weak. Huh? See? You hear that? I'm not a big fat liar. I'm just big fat. So it's just got weak parts in it. I don't like weak parts in my weak parts. And I mean, what kind of company is Boots Industries anyway? Well, smart ass, it's got a QR code, just scan it. You find out just how shady they are. But I don't even, like I said, I don't even know when um, this stuff was made. Now I can't find my QR scanner. Oh, it says QR scanner. Geez, it must be bedtime. All of their filament is out of stock. Everything. Only reviews on their webpage our 5-star positive reviews. Shut up. Shop. Mind you, their shit's pretty cheap. Like, I pay for a roll of filament 750 gram. So that's half a pound. They're half-pound spools for 13 bucks. I pay just over 40 for a 2.2 pound spool. But they don't have anything in stock. So to hell with them. Yeah, right? Well, it's just weird. Put that out of the way. Just gonna move that off to the side for now. There's a roll, a spool holder, just on the other side there. So you can see that empty spool. And this thing's job. Oh, there's more. It broke inside it. Oh, it's not gonna snap. Just clips a big fat layer again. Yeah. This is a piece that was stuck inside there. But you know what I should do? I should microscope that shit. But anyway, this is a Teflon tube that carries the filament from the roll up into the extruder. And that snapped off damn near flush with the feed wheel. But I'm going to check the diamonds, Avi. Let's see if there's micro cricks in it. And there are. Things riddled with cracks. So I don't know if that's a symptom of being old or having moisture. But I have been awake for over 5 hours with this nonsense. So I'm going to take my spiritual handjob hooligans and we're all going to go to bed. After they're done playing with the camera. It's another cool thing I made. It's about 2.5 inches wide. It's a threaded cover. It's an SD card holder. Holds the big 3 SD cards and 4 of the whatever the little guys are called, micro SD, whatever. But yeah, I am going to bed, and I thank everybody for hanging out with me. As exciting as it was, I'm sure. But yeah,